finish completely. No. Let's see.
How are you, everyone? Good afternoon. And I hope that you are doing well and keeping safe and being fine in this part of the year. Hopefully you enjoy this presentations that we deliver and meet your expectation about the course. Now we'll talk about the new issues, which is in the track of financial reports and financial frauds and all the topics which is related to the anti-money laundering, terrorist finance, which are the main skills and feedback that the external audit should have in order to meet all of those issues regarding to the post-COVID-19 circumstances and fraud. Today's lecture is mainly about the fraud auditing process and which skills they actually extremely needed in this part of the year. Basically, we have to conduct all of these skills and updated the skills which is related to the forensic skills as one of the most important circumstances and regulatory issues in the UAE recently, which is mainly about the forensic audit. Forensic auditing is mainly the new concept of facing financial crimes by using not only the professional skepticism, but also all type of skills that let you do whatever you can do in order to catch or reveal the curtain on the forensic and fraud issues. Forensic audit the examination and evaluation and oversights of these auditors and financial auditing information for the use of evidence in the court. And this is a new job, has been issued recently in the last 30 years, and the forensic auditor has been hired by external public institution or a court in order to find the absolute evidence. And that will differentiate between the external auditing and forensic and fraud auditing process. The forensic audit may be conducted to determine neglections and misuse and mismanaging of financial statement and the power, or even the determine unable or undue benefits given to any other company or individuals. And basically, this type of forensic has been highlighted especially in post-COVID-19 from lots of updated research in auditing international journals and professional accounting technology and journals. And they highlight some issues regarding to the digital auditing and evidence that we need to collect, especially with these latest cases about the digital transformation and digital issues regarding to the fraud or using digital anti-money laundering fraud. They focused on the how independency and comprehensive the auditing process and multi-skills and multi-knowledge, multidisciplinary industry experience in these issues. We need the external auditors to be gained and gain more information about this issue. So gathering more expertise and gathering more people who are an expert with the issues, and they highlight how important to use your personal interpersonal skills mainly for forensic questions and cases, and then highlight all of those unforeseen and make a good expectation about the process of auditing in case of a forensic attack. The objectives of a forensic audit, which is avoid any type of future or expected or unexpected risk related to the fraud and the different type of industry and crimes, and be more sensitive regarding to the industries, which is suffering from updated risk scenarios regarding to the fraud and criminal scenarios and financial criminal scenarios. Basically, the fraud scenarios has a financial background, which is reveal or hide some facts which affect the forensic process. The forensic skills coming from the science of medical science and medical evaluation and inspection to the auditors, as long as there is a lots of issues regarding to documentation and financial information and the problem that has been created recently in the digital platform profiles. The auditor's conclusion to facilitate a settlement claim or jury's award for or by reducing the financial component as an area of continuing debate and also to restore the downgraded public confidence, and formulate and establish the comprehensive corporate governance policies, especially in public sector recently, avoid any type of corruption and financial terrorist business and online business especially, and recently for those people who are bloggers, YouTubers, and they use this illegal money coming from international bodies to support illegal organization or thought or individual or companies. And also using the financial forensic will create a positive work environment for the future with a clean, positive working ecosystem away from corruption, embezzlement, and robbery, all of those types of forensic financial crimes. A forensic audit can ensure the integrity, independency, transparency, responsibility for the financial statements use and actively investigate for any type of future business fraud or financial fraud. Also identify the area of the risk assessment issues will help you use your professional skepticism in risk assessment and make a good scenario for risk proactive expectation, and which lead you to expect what's other auditors not expecting in the future fraud and financial future fraud audit crimes, which is related to the financial symptoms, and good financial prevention programs can help to create positive work environment. So this work environment or ecosystem will, which is very clean from any type of a financial fraud, or the forensic mechanism has been used and applied in auditing and internal control and external control for a particular environment, will enhance the expectation about investing the investment in this part of the industry, and make it more proactive to reducing the future risk of future financial crimes. What are the services that the forensic audit should do in order to provide a positive working environment for any business, which include financial statement investigation, computer forensic or digital forensic, electronic discovery, bankruptcy and insolvency or reorganization, restructuring, financial restructuring issues, and workplace fraud investigation, calculation for economic losses and the economic cost of bankruptcy, or the changing and the challenging of economic affair, business valuation, professional negligence or negligence, and of the future issues. So we have to take into consideration a lot of issues regarding to the forensic components and forensic points and the risk assessment issues, fraud triangulation analysis for the future opportunities, and also the pressure which has been made by a particular parties for smaller level parties in order to create a more complete integrated forensic crimes in the future time. So all of those are the services should be combined with the auditing forensic auditing services. When it's come to the auditors who are the use the forensic auditing services effectively, we are now talking about another competencies and skillful issues, which is very important to highlight. So anyone could be external auditor or internal auditor by finding a good job in this career. However, very small amount of those people could be considered as a good forensic auditor has been hired by the court or any public sector. So at the end of the day, we are now talking not only about the services or components or technology, but we are now talking about interpersonal skills, which is not available for lots of people who are involved in this type of crime. However, it's very important recently in post-COVID-19 to have lots of competencies and skills which should be inherited in the auditing services in order to be more attractive, to avoid yourself from the problem with the customer due diligence and knowing the customer, fraud, anti-money laundering issues in the future time. So you need to be aware of using all of those forensic skills and asking good questions regarding to this skills, which is help you well with discovering or collecting more absolute evidence in digital form or non-digital form, and use your auditing services and deliver a high quality of auditing service in the future time. Forensic methodology, it's a process of resolving science, evidence, allegation, of the fraud or mispresentation of financial services from inspection to disposition. So the forensic audit involves effort to resolve allegation or signs of the fraud when the full facts are unknown or there is no clear evidence regarding to this issue. That's why this case has been offered to you as a forensic audit has been who are hired by particular courts locally or regionally, internationally, in order to solve this type of problems and collect the absolute facts and evidence to help establish what's happened and identify, searching for a possible solution, what are the main issues, and what is the expectation for preventing the future crime which have this methodology for not being carried out in the future time. So this is a responsibility which is not available for every single auditors unless they have this type of forensic issue. That's why we called it as a forensic audit methodology. When conducting the type of auditing and services to resolve the signs or allegation of the fraud, the forensic auditor should assume litigation will follow, act on prediction. So look at the word prediction, expect what is the next step or the other step which affecting which part more vulnerable to this type of fraud, and that will need a clear mind with the this forensic skills, and it does need more approach and cases, forms to perspectives, move from general to the specific, use the fraud theory approach in order to highlight the opportunities, the pressure, and also the documentation and possibility of the chance and all of those issues regarding to the rationalization of fraud triangulation approach. So in this case, we have three main categorized components of fraud in terms of auditing approach. Number one, they should have the risk-based approach for prediction of the future risk scenarios. This is number one. Number two, they have the background of theoretical knowledge and approaches of fraud and the fraud science, fraud crime, because the forensics coming from knowing all the aspects and the integration issues about the fraud triangulation crimes. And number three, they have the experience, which is containing the skills. So every single issue in this world, it has a science and art. The art of forensic is the skills which is available with some people who have a good background and multidisciplinary issues in terms of the future and current industries, average and experience in these issues, and that's considered as professional skepticism and judgment. And also, on the other hand, they have the genetic issue, which help you detect the future issues or ask the right question for the right interviewee. On the other hand, that will not be enough. We need to support all of those genetic and competencies and skillful issues by having a good theoretical background about the theoretical issues of fraud and fraud sciences, and also have legal knowledge of the fraud reporting and following up for any type of crimes. The forensic audit procedures. You have to have a good data analysis, analytical pressure, inspection, observation, external confirmation, and recalculation, re-evaluation, re-detection, and evaluation oversights, re-performance, inquiries, interview. Once you have a look at all of those procedures, that you are not in such a normal auditing process. So all of those spaces or steps or components that does need more time, which is not available in the ordinary external auditing procedures. You are restricted with one issue, and you are not able to provide anything regarding to the absolute evidence in the normal auditing issues. You have to give any convinced opinion and convinced report describing what we have already investigated in the sample. It's available, and if you have any doubt regarding to that, you can provide it in your opinion, or you can disclaim the opinion or give other opinion based on your understanding, your faith, your background about this type of industry. But in this case, you have to reveal the curtain about the absolute evidence that the court needs you to provide this type of absolute evidence in order to solve all of those conflicts or case of conflicts. So there is nothing regarding to the time constraint. The time is in your hand. The time and the amount of sample should be in the overpopulation sampling issues with 100%. Interviews, you can decide who, when, where, and why. Should invite those people for investigation, interviewing issues. Inquiries depends on your skills, reperforming, recalculation, external confirmation, and that will be enhanced if you are searching for investigating any absolute evidence. Regarding to the digital evidence, it will take more external confirmation, more technical issues regarding to the type of vulnerability and the vulnerability of this type of evidence. The inspection is in your hand. You can decide whatever you like, and the analytical procedure does need more steps, more processing, more production issues, and will take more time as well and more effort in order to search for this court. And you should have a good legal and procedures which is related to the writing forensic report submitted to the court, and the judge will depend on this court coming from experts like you, and this will help give the punishment or to release this case based on your own report. It does need more responsibility, more transparency issues, more time, more effort, more skills, and also more investigation for this case. The genetic issues, which is something regarding to enhancing the art of this type of concept. We talk about the science, which we should have a good expectation, a good reading about the forensic science and the fraud theory of and approaches, and also legal and all illegal procedures carried out recently with a lot of fraud center. But on the other hand, we have to enhance the generic profile, which is new skills for auditing who should be available, because you should have more than one interview with the court before you have been hired, or you should hire as an external forensic audit. Like, for example, living behind one's means, you have a good mindset, and experiencing financial difficulties, unusually close association with the vendor and clients, knowing exactly what the customer needs and deal with what the participation, what is the customer cluster of factors which is affect the customer information, knowledge, source of funds, and all of those points. Exclusive work pressure, control issue, which is the unwillingness to share duties. This is one of the most important issues regarding to the forensic. Complaints about pay, divorce family problems could affect the genetic issues, and irritability and suspiciousness of defenses, addiction problem, and also refusal to take a vacation in case something wrong may happen. You have to leave psychologically and physiologically in this case for a longer time, and you have to leave it literally and take into consideration all of this psychological price which you pay in order to get this absolute evidence. Enjoy the superior's trust, prefer to work alone and to create your own space in order to collect all of those evidence. Unusually normal person or abnormal person, not abnormal, but unusual normal person. It's a normal person, but they need to have your own space in order to collect absolute evidence, which is not required by other type of jobs and other type of external auditing procedures. You may continue more than 1 year in this case in order to collect all of those absolute evidence that has been requested by the court. Another thing, which is more issues you have to pay, this is considered as a, in my own experience, or sorry, my own expression and terminology, as a forensic psychological price has been paid by one person. And after all of those inspection, you will leave with another personality, which is most of the time you have a doubt. You leave with a doubt. And actually, to be in a safe side, and as we can consider it as washing your hands from any forensic and financial problems and fraud, you have to live with this doubt. You have to create in 1 day a week, 1 hour, living in your own space and recall all of those events and collect it and find the connection relationship between all of those issues to find any hidden value. Try not to trust anyone 100%. Just leave a room for 5% or 10% for future doubt. And this future doubt will save your hand and save other customer and put everything under inspection. If you did not able to do so, it will be considered as something wrong happened. It's very important to give a suspicious trust, and you should enjoy with this type of trust. Fraud triangulation, as we said, is a tool used by the forensic auditing that explains 3 iterated elements that assist commission of fraud, pressure, motive, opportunities, the ability to gain absolute and abnormal returns or carrying out the fraud, and justification or dishonest intention, which is named as a rationalization. Fraud risk, the vulnerability a company or organization has to those who are capable of overcoming the 3 elements in the fraud triangulation or triangle. Fraud risk assessment is very important to identify the type of updated and well-known and unwell-known fraud risk that exists in the companies, countries, or organization. The planning involvement, the formulation of techniques and procedures that align with the risk and fraud risk management. The pressure factor, payment, falling stock price, and to maintain reputation, and to keep your reputation safe, keep your financial position in a safer place. All of those are pressure has been acted or carried out in this side from upper level, who have a vision and opportunities to read the future and to decide where is myself or what is my place in this future to be carried out, and how can I reach this beneficial issues from my hand by using a tool called a pressure for other people. Pressure with financial control. Such pressure may consider as a longer or shorter term, and that will use desire to live well, or is a positive pressure, or high amount of personal debts and health expenditure, insurance, financial unexpected needs, or using all of those bad issues regarding to the repayment of the debts and the stock price reduction, and maintain reputation in a safer place. This is a negative pressure, and those either positive or negative one has been carried out for those people who are living in the lower place and they did not act effectively to all of those pressure. Also related to the pressure stemming from the bad habits, and pressure related to the job and the future of a job, which is called job burning, or the future allocation of a job, or future job obtaining. The idea of an unfair attitude, not getting promotion when expected, lower wage structure, not admired by the supervisor. So all of those prices or psychological prices of the pressure could be paid in order to get release from all of those pressure. The opportunities issues, which is the carried out to involve top management, because they have the vision, as we said, and they can meet the expectation regarding to the future issue. And the business and the particular issue, the control structure of a business and fraud has inverse correlation. A better control structure, lower scope of committed fraud. So as we said, if we applied a higher forensic auditing procedure for a company, for an organization, for a particular industry, the lower level of committing fraud will be achieved, and a good responsibility, good transparency, governance, and also the future vice versa will be conducted as well. The following factors are responsible for providing opportunities to commit fraud: weak normal policies, undesired controls. Sorry. Okay. Also, the issue regarding to the providing, carrying out the opportunities, which is the ignorance, indifferences, and inability to the top management, and lack of healthy audit working environment, which we can discover as a lacking of independency and integrity and business ethics, could found a good atmosphere for this future type of acting fraud opportunities factors. The factors which is justify the fraud factors, which is when we said that I had borrowing the money to justify your answer. Nobody has sufficient as a result of this. I have taken the money for good pressure. Business has diversified this, and it's normal issue. I didn't act like a fraud, and it's we were not able. This is the only way to do so. So there's a lot of factors which justify the future fraud scenario in the future issues. Types of fraud. Different type of frauds, but it contain the cash, as we take into consideration the example of anti-money laundering or money laundering issues. Cash intermediaries, some type of intermediaries which is allocated in some type of business. The business, like for example, the real estate properties, has lots of cash move from one side to another, lots of commissions, and lots of financial issues and value added that will create the cash inventory and fraudulent payment. And three categories of fraud are corruption, assets in misappropriation, and financial statement fraud, and misuse of financial statement, or submit a fake documentation which is not represent the real world of this documentation. They are elaborated in the following slide. Number one, a conflict of interest, and this from this point, the fraud setter exerted the his influence to achieve personal gains or beneficial issues, which determinantly affect the whole company. They have the opportunities to work, and then they can use all of those scenarios, fraud settling scenarios, and achieve abnormal personal returns and gains for the future. So the future setter or the fraud setter may not benefit financially, but rather receive undisclosed personal benefits as a result of a situation. For example, a manager may approve the expenses of an employee who is also professional friend in order to maintain the ownership or the friendship, even if the expenses are inaccurate. A burglary is when the money or something is of value is offered in order to influence a situation in one's favor. Extortion, which is the possible of burglary and happening when money is determined or demanded rather offered. So it's something happening in some communities, and the community's culture could enhance this issue as a commission or legal fees for some people, which is not legal at all, and in order to secure participation outcomes. Assets impairment or asset misappropriation. By far, the most common fraud involves assets misappropriation or misuse, and there is a lot of different type of this type of fraud, which is the cash theft and fraudulent disbursement, inventory fraud, misuse of assets, and the technique of using the depreciation, maybe the misappropriateness of using the assets impairment and using companies' assets for their own personal interest, and achieving from deciding the book value and the market value for those assets in such a way they can approve that they have personal gains from all of those legal issues. So this misuse of financial statement and misleading financial statement for the public in order to achieve behind all of those frauds some personal gains and interests. Financial statements fraud. This is also known as a fraudulent financial reporting issues, which is include deliberate falsification or falsification of accounting records, documentation, statements, omissions of a transaction, either revenue or expenses, which is non-disclose of relevant details from the financial statements. The pressure or the procedure for the forensic audit investigation will enhance conducting and unearth the fraud in respect to the purchase, for example. Then a complete investigation is to be conducted for due diligence issues of all suppliers of the company. This investigation will include the verification of the prices at which the goods are supplied by the various suppliers with the prices prevailing in the market from the third party of this type of suppliers or sources. So you have to make sure that the suppliers' contracts are carried out effectively with a particular and well reputed supplier or customer. There may be an entrance of legal bills being conducted for its book of account without receiving any type of goods. This is considered as a creative accounting procedures, which reflect totally a complete fraudulence crime and using the procedures for fraud, because they use the normal issue to hide some abnormal beneficial gains has been approved from this issue. This is called a good definition of creative falsification financial documents using all of those financial transactions in this case. Forensic audit has to collect evidence to unearth the fraud and also assess the content or the quantum of the losses suffered by the company. The methods for conducting forensic audit are the following issues. Number one, meeting with the client and accepting the engagement issues. This is situation oriented process, profiling or performing a conflict check. You have to have a conflict checklist and carried out all of those performing checklists in each engagement. Performing initial investigation before you start your work with the customer engagement process. Planning the audit or formation of a proposed action plan. Gathering relevant evidence from relevant citation and localization issues or online, is that in case of digital platform. Analyze the evidence and other supporting information and preparation of the report. It's very important to highlight a good report regarding to all of those forensic issues. So this is happening in day-to-day life, and it's a live reporting should be highlighted recently, and the monitoring authorization and authority in this country put it in your shoulder a lot of investigation process as one of the most important services, which is could reveal lots of the problems regarding to the forensic and anti-money laundering issues. That's why you have been signed and registered for this compliance issues. So forensic, since it's not available for a lots of people who are working in this particular auditing process. But on the other hand, you do need it actively to be more active in the future time, and to use your forensic effectively in order to, as we said, revealing or washing your hand from any other situation which may affect your reputation in the future time. And accepting the investigation, the forensic accountant and auditor must initially consider whether their firm has the necessary skills and experience to accept the work or not. Do you have a good background about this type of industry or the client, or do you know the customer very well, and then you could decide what is the problem or conflicts or unexpected factor we may face in the future time, and then you can decide the cost, the scheduling issues, the evidence need to be collected in case something wrong happened, and then look at the engagement issue and the scope and limitation for this contract. Forensic investigation are specialists in the nature and work require details, knowledge of type of fraud investigation techniques, and the legal scenario framework or integrated scenario framework for the future issues. Investigators must also have received training enough to receive the training, not only because they didn't have the skills, but also because they need to enhance their experience about this new culture of doing the auditing job in the future time. You have to be more forensic doubt. You have a forensic doubt. You have to live with and enjoy living with this type of forensic doubt. Don't be like a policeman. You are not a policeman. You have to be more deductive and don't wait till something wrong happen and then you start your job. Your job starting before accepting the engagement, during the analysis for this type of contract and the customer, collecting data, evidence, details about the customer, and will not able to finish even you support or provide or issue your own report or opinion. Because at the end of the day, you are responsible for a subsequent event in the future time. So you have, it's as we said before, auditors never sleep in post-COVID-19. You have to live with a doubt. I know it's a little bit harder, but this is the only way to carry on this type of job. On the other hand, you will be clear from any issue that could affect the reputation, a good market growth and market share in the future time, good competitive advantages, and a good name in this field. Additional consideration including the whether or not investigation is being requested by the audit client. Is that in this possess extra ethical questions? Investigation firm would be potentially exposed to self-review. Unless repost, a safeguard, are put in place, the firm should not provide audit and forensic investigation services to the same client. So it's mainly about the rules and regulation you have to be aware of and this particular issues to avoid yourself from being conducted or infected by any other financial fraud crimes and scenario. Commercial consideration are important to be considered or taken into account, and high fee level should be neglected to compensate for the special nature of the work. Planning the investigation, which is identifying the type of fraud that has been operating, searching for the future issues, and take into consideration the fraud setter issues, which is the gathering the evidence to be used in the court procedures, provide evidence to provide the reoccurrence of the fraud setting issues. I know that you have a lots of experience to talk about or to tell, a lots of forensic tale, considering as a tale of two forensic planning and investigation process. We will discuss some issues regarding to your experience in auditing recently happened in this case. Uh, Till now, we have now reached to the first half of this lecture, and we will continue after the break and taking a breath, cup of tea, and that will enhance our understanding for the future and the second half. Thank you so much indeed. I will wishing you a good experience, and we'll see you later on. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, carrying on our forensic auditing procedures in investigation, structure, the methodology, and writing the report. Recently, we have some important ideas and issues regarding to this point. Uh, Forensic data analysis and evidence, gathering the evidence. This is the procedures and the planning and investigation process that we are now talking about. It's mainly about the investigation. The team must carefully consider how to ask a question to identify the type of fraud, the fraud setter involvement, preparators of the fraud, and what are the losses suffering by the client. Evidence to be used in a court procedures, because not any evidence could be provided in the report or fraud forensic report to the court, providing an advice for preventing all of those type of fraud from being counted or contained in the future time. So it's not about the present time, but the future time as well. We need to prevent all of those issues from being carried on in the future time. So how can we make a defense scenario for the future time through planning the an investigation, gathering the evidence. In order to gather some evidence, we have to understand the type of fraud. And understanding the type of fraud, we have to have a lot of issues regarding to the expertise and type of industry, the background of the client, expectation about the issues. So it's containing size and the art of auditing job, not only because of the having the theoretical background about the crime and crime science or the type of procedures and auditing, gathering evidence, experience, specific professional skepticism, but also regarding how can we use and expect the best scenario from the beginning. So we have to have a clean and separated room in our mind, can classify and justify what's the expectation for the future time. So we have to test the control to gather the evidence using something regarding to the analytical procedure to compare the trends over time, and also to applying computer and digital assessment for digital auditing techniques. For example, identify the timely and location or relevant details being alerted in the computer system and digital technology atmosphere, discussing the interviews with the employees and suspected interviewees, understanding the internal control system in the first place, and this is the science, and the loopholes which allow the fraud setter to be participated in this type of crime. So we need to know exactly what are the future opportunities, what are the future pressure, and where those type of opportunities and pressure and threats come from, and what type of scenarios could expect, which is the real life and real world scenario for the future fraud setter. What are the vulnerable part who can play all of those opportunities or receive the pressure? Sensitive techniques such as reconciliation, cash account, and review of documentation and financial statements, manipulation, or using the techniques for accounting creativity in order to create misleading opportunity to take a fake and fraud decision-making process. Forensic data analysis is the technology used to conduct fraud investigation for a particular digital or using digital science analysis to create a fraud scenario. And this is a platform has been created for the fraud scenario to perform technological steps and write the queries, and the team member with extensive and updated experience of the process could make internal control in the relevant area of the investigation. As we said before, the people with the experience for more than 6 years in this field will create a significant, extensive scenario for investigation, fraud-setter scenario, to investigate the fraud-setter scenario. Forensic science or scientists who are familiar with the patterns of fraudulent behavior could expect the forensic data analysis. So the forensic scientist who can have just only one dimension of forensic aspect, which is something regarding to the behavioral sciences and the theoretical and the legality issues of this type of behavior. But they did not have the technical experience regarding to the industry atmosphere and the industry parts. It's very important to highlight all of those points, along with the sense of having experience skills, which is very important in this type of complicated data analysis scenarios using data platform scenario. How to write the report and the report components. Client will expect to report containing the findings of the investigation. So in terms of the court or public institution reporting delivered or prepared for the court case scenario, they expect that there is a lot of findings supporting by a lot of evidence and digital evidence containing all type of evidence to support those findings in such a legal way where you can able to put the court or the juries in the picture of how can they resolve all of those fraud scenarios and why we have to make such a judgment or a punishment for the person or fraud scenario maker for those for all of those issues, and put the conclusion, which is a very relevant conclusion based on the summarizing all the findings, discussion, and supported by a lots of appendix, legal documentation, legal interviews, a copy of some important documentation, and also something regarding to the pictures or videos or digital evidence has been collected in such a jurisdiction court profile, which containing all the legal issues in order where we can able to give the court why all the result of hiring ourselves in this mission. This report will also discuss with how fraudster set up the fraud scheme and what are the behavioral issues, what are the main beneficial financial and economic needs behind all of those crimes, and which controls, if any, where circumstances are circumvented basically the whole trail of evidence. It's also likely that the investigation team will recommend improvement to control within the organization to prevent any similar future fraud scenario occurring in the future time. The court procedures is against the suspect and the member of the investigative team will probably be involved in any resilient court case. The evidence gathered during the investigation will be presented at court, and the team member may be called to court to the desired and evidence they have gathered in and to explain how suspicious was identified. This identification should be carried out legally in such a way they will accept it in the content and in the form of this investigation, where the court will take into an action in order to give the judgment and the professional judgment regarding to all of those findings. It's very important to highlight the systems of fraud, which is delaying submission of return performance or information, and delayed remittance into bank, and delay or non-preparation of bank reconciliation system, and the internal indication of this fraud, which is the delaying in financialization of the account, frequently change the account policies and account system, where they can hide some important issues. Continuing losses without any legal explanation or economic reason, higher cost per unit of production and amount of losses or wastage or the waste shown in box versus norms. High investment in the group companies rather than any other company's investment, profit not suspected by the increasing cash availability. All of those financial suspicious transactions could be an indication for all those type of fraud. And in a particular type of fraud like money laundering, there's another indicator. So that's why we need to highlight how important the multidisciplinary experience of the fraud auditors should have in this in this scheme. Another thing we need to highlight as well in the fraud scenario as a financial crimes, it's something legal to another issue: behavioral sciences, background of experience, type of industries, type of customer, and type of legality issues and legality environment. So we have to have all of those connection between sciences and the arts and the skills along with the personal expectation about the future issue. It's something headache. However, on the other hand, regarding to the benefit and the will paid for this cases will be even more higher than any other job in some countries all over the world, along with the reputation and the experience once you gain of being one of those court member hired by the court to investigate any forensic fraud crime. Possible areas where fraud can be committed in the corporate sector: misappropriation of cash by funding account, raising huge amount of term loan from banks and financial institution by the means of inflating the project cost by over invoicing the plant and the machinery and the components purchased for setting up the project, and then diverting of inflated amounted for non-business use. This could be an indication for any suspicious transaction could happen. So in this case, the first one and the second one, there's a huge amount of doubt should be highlighted in these issues. It's very important why we invest in lots of loans from banks and also give it to another non-banking or business use. Raising of excess working capital loan from banks by overvaluing the inventory and booking of bogus expenses, which diversion of fund to personal gain or financial use, personal use. Also using inter-branch transaction for creating functions entries by rotation checks. possible areas where fraud can be committed. Also, the venture capital raised by the companies in the above manner are used, showing them as a promoters' contribution. Share certificates issued on base of such fictitiously created equity capital, and raising the fictitious bills of sales and purchase by doing circular trading entries. Also, misappropriation of fund provided by the banks. So come to the question of how can you reduce the liabilities and incidence of fraud as an auditor. So we have to increase the incidence or sentences of while collar crimes in India, for example, stem out of two basis ideas of grade or attitude of non a crime. So in different part of the world, they have their own fraud culture of doing the court and then the evidence collected by the court. So there's a lots of regional fraud scenarios could happen, will differentiate between other different scenarios. So this instance of fraud was different based on the country and the region all over the world, because they pay financial reason, financial benefit for different part of the world. It was different than the other part. As we explained the forensic audit and then the normal auditing in terms of objective techniques and the period of time, the period will know there is no limit in the forensic audit as the evidence is open for more investigation, more detection issues. Techniques, substantive and compliance procedures, however, analysis of past, present, and sensitive time, in-depth checking of selecting transaction, always done, are always done. In terms of the objectives, to determine the correctness of the accounts, financial statements, make sure that everything is okay regarding to that, and put the fraud behavior in a doubt place where we can able actually to catch the fraud that has been taking place in this statements. In terms of the management representation, the auditors relies heavily on the management certification representation of the management. However, in the forensic audit, the independent verification of suspected and selected items carried out. In terms of off-balance sheet items, the off-balance sheet items are used to vouch the arithmetic accuracy and compliance issues with the procedures. However, in the forensic audit, the regularity and priority of transaction and contracts are examined. In terms of the advised findings, adverse finding, if any adverse findings in the normal auditing issue, if there are any adverse findings, negative opinion or qualified opinion or disqualified opinion is exposed with or without qualification. The audit aims to legal determination, so they provide legal report to the customer, which is the court and any public institution heard this type of auditors of fraud. Also, naming person behind such a fraud, and also collecting the absolute evidence, not convincing evidence to the court, who can able to shed lights on the fraud setter, the real fraud setter for this case. Preparation of the report. We have to take into consideration some parts in this preparation. The title of the report, executive summary, background of the engagement, vision, objectives of the engagement, proposed outputs of the assigned or assignments, implementation approaches, analysis of the risk involved, internal, external environment risk, fiscal risk, political, social culture, legal, environmental risk, sustainability risk for the future environmental background or outcomes, risk from the customer, suppliers, and any stakeholders who are involved in this type of crime, business process and human resource management, marketing, operation, and others. Preparation of a report, which is evidence of a risk assessment scenario and analyzing of findings, audit recommendation for not carrying out all of those financial crimes, fraud, etc., in the future time, and avoid any fraud scenario happen at the same place with the same industry, and how can we protect from a provisional point of view the future clearance and positive environment in the future time. Then the list of appendix or all of those documentation that we have already used, the type of procedures in such in one file, which supported to or provided the court with all those evidence as a custody profile, and this custody profile containing all of those appendix and issues. In conclusion, we found that the forensic investigation is not only another job, but now had been considered as one of the main important background and skills that we have already highlighted. In this case, we can say that forensic audit, this is the message that I want to deliver and behind this topic. As long as we are now responsible and being part of those people who should report future doubt and future suspicious transaction highlighted by the Ministry of Economy, we have to have all of those science and art of forensic skills. And we have to deal with this doubt environment and living with this doubt, but not only living with that, but we have to enjoy living with this doubt, because this is a part of our sake of the auditing job in the future time. Collecting all of the evidence, update yourself with the digital forensic issues, be in touch with the certified issues regarding to the fraud scenario in digital transformation platform. Recently highlighted the new jobs and new opportunities for those people who need to find a good opportunity and place to use their forensic natural skills genetically inherited by them. In this case, we actually lots of course and public institution need those type of skillful people with the emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence as well, combining all those emotional intelligence, leadership style, and forensic style in auditing service. And thank you so much indeed for all of those time that you have provided me with, and I'm sure that you are you're having lots of issues regarding to forensic skills experience and case study that you have already witnessed during your auditing journey, and your lifestyle now has you found that has been changed a little bit to be more forensic. Expect there is something wrong may happen. We have to leave with this doubt in order to avoid or wash our auditing hand from any future issues. Okay, thank you so much. I want to I want to hear from you any situation, any issues regarding to the forensic expectation, and what type of abnormal forensic case that you have already asked to solve in the future time. Please share ideas, share some advice, anything regarding to the forensic topic, and to what extent you can say that forensic is a part of our day-to-day auditing journey, and if you want to share something from your side, I will be more than happy to do so, to listen from you. Please, the mic is yours now, and if you have any idea, any comments, any question you need to ask, please try to share it with us now. Okay. Okay, everybody, if you have any question, anything you need to ask, any experience that you need to share with us, please do that now. Okay, Mr. Alfred.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That was absolutely informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So see you tomorrow at the same time for the previous two or semi-final session for tomorrow, and see you in good shape. Take care and see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Thank you.